You may be seated.
All right, back in the record, 23-110 FC, People State of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Record to reflect the jury is in the jury room secure. Anything before the record before we bring the jury out? Mr. Roberts?
No, Judge.
Mr. Johnson?
No, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please rise. All right, you may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can go ahead and recall your witnesses.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Both reminded you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Grab a seat. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Lieutenant and Detective Roth, I believe we left off on June 13th, a series of text messages that ended on June 13th. So if you would like to continue with the next portion.
June 19th, 5:23 p.m. Should he be laying down?
Yeah, it's fine today, I told him. You can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner than later. Put more hot sauce than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but may have more, as long as they all have plenty of hot sauce on them.
There's a break there.
June 21 at 8:03 p.m.
Headed home now.
KK,
How is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce?
I was just about to get up to get it. How many?
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without hot sauce. But he has to do the hot sauce when first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before he can eat the others. I found enough in change to get G some chicken nuggets and french fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total, so we will be home as soon as I do that.
And we have another break there.
Next thread is June 27 at 5:28 a.m.
TUI and sorry, please don't damage the door kicking it. Trying to help you, but he has laid over now. He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him. I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
And a break.
Next one is June 27 at 7:33 a.m.
Okay, he did well enough while I was driving to work to be able to put some clothes on. However, if he misbehaves bunch, you can take the clothes away. One other thing, do not let GCU get upset with Timothy, please. And remember, Timothy's camera is recording, so if he manages to fall asleep because of you not catching something, that's not going to end well for either one of you. Love you, sorry he's being so difficult.
There's a break there.
Next one starts June 27, 12:37 p.m.
You watching him close?
Yes.
Hey, good time for his other cold bath from you.
And another break there.
Start up again June 27 at 10:51 p.m.
Don't worry about responding, please. I am about to call it a night. Timothy is sitting in his room without his hands on his head, but he is sitting there and he doesn't get to sleep. Please give him another cold bath when you get home and make him sit in there for at least 30 minutes. Hopefully with him getting to sit there and not have his hands on his head, he will cooperate better. I will have the camera on overnight as well. I will leave the keys on the back of the couch so you can get him out of his room after you turn off the alarm. And then he can just put his clothes back on and just sit there after his bath. Hopefully you get to sleep more that way. Hopefully both of us do.
KK, if not, you'll have to hold me back from strangling a child. Next one starts June 29, 7:13 a.m.
Just so you know, if he doesn't behave today, I had told him that I am basically turning him over to you from the time you get home today until at least Saturday morning. If he behaves, I will have you let him lay down for a couple of hours today, and then he already had earned having to stay up tonight as well. But if he doesn't behave, he will stay up tonight, tomorrow, and Friday night, and I told him I would let you deal with him if he doesn't behave and stay up like he's supposed to. Hope that's okay. It sure seems to motivate him.
Okay,
He just laid down again.
okay,
Please go get him up. Feel free to dump some cold water on him. And even if he sits up right before you get there, or as you get there, I honestly don't care if you get a little rough with him. Are you going to get him? Please go ahead and turn the AC on. You will be warming up with your blankets, and that will make sure he doesn't stay too warm.
okay,
I told Timothy he could rinse his eyes out once you got up. His eyes have been bothering him since last night a little bit. I just sent him to go do that. Please make sure you get G down to his room before you leave. And for the love of all that is good and holy, please close the laundry door. Please close the laundry room door. Is the AC turned on?
We have a break there.
resumes on June 29, 8:25 p.m.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. And you don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it.
Of course he did.
Yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for now, for pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, you know?
KK.
So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later.
I hate to be insensitive, but can you come out here and deal with Timothy? He tried to steal some chips, and I'm not going to deal with him right now.
ASAP.
Break there.
Start again June 30, 12:25 p.m.
Once he fixes the camera, we'll leave y'all alone to get stuff done.
And he's already pushing every one of my buttons.
What is he doing?
The whole shaking and I need support crap, and I'm ready to slam him into the ground. He also wet the bed and is covered in urine. Would you say a 5-minute shower with the curtain open so I can watch?
Well, first, you're not gonna slam them anywhere, and you can write him a cold bath, and he needs to wash up, and then he'll need to find clean clothes that don't fall off of him. And then G needs a bath as well anyway, and he will need to wash his sheets, and he will need to wash the tarp. So you need to fold the tarp up to make sure nothing comes on the carpet, and probably take it out back where he could take one of the green and yellow sponges that aren't as nice and some awesome cleaner and scrub the tarp. Sure, 5-minute shower where he can scrub and you can watch his fine as well, but it has to be a cold shower. You can tell him he gets it cold because he should not be wetting the bed. And please check the carpet and see if he needs to clean that too. There is some different awesome cleaner for carpet that he can use if he needs to. He will need to use a different green and yellow sponge for that. I do not want him using my nice sponges for either of those.
Okay,
Make sure he gets the sheet and his clothes and any other dirty clothes into the laundry and washed ASAP, please.
Okay, now the camera is getting on my nerves. It won't stay where I put it.
Just get him in the shower first, and then we will worry about the camera right after that. If you need another box for the camera, fine. Just want it working soon if possible. And probably a good idea to get Timothy some bread. He can wait on rice till after G's ball game.
And then a break.
We resume at June 30 at 2:52 p.m.
Did you move the pizza out of Timothy's reach before he start working in the kitchen and you aren't watching him? And you're on a device, it looks like.
I did my part. He's just being annoying, and I check on him every minute.
Lovely. I made the mistake of leaving the speaker on for the camera. Why are you screaming? He sure seems to have recovered quickly.
Right?
The fake shaking is about to drive me insane, though.
Yep.
Wow, he moved way quicker all of a sudden. I have repeatedly asked him that was what I thought it was, and he denied it over and over again. Tell him I now know for sure he lied to me repeatedly about what that was on the floor of his room. He needs to put what he collected in the trash in the garbage. He can stand there like this for a long time but not walk normally. He doesn't shake at all for a while standing there, and then apparently remembers he thinks he should be shaking and starts doing it.
And a break.
Resume on July the 1st at 12:33 p.m.
Has Timothy stopped the fake stumbling yet? It might be best if you give him like 4 pieces of bread to eat before he starts work. Just make sure he stands up while he eats them, please. That way he has no excuses.
No, and I literally yelled into the speaker for 5 minutes to get him to wake up. Then I had to go drag his butt out bed, which is harder than it sounds because it reeks of urine down there.
Okay, well, his small room and probably the rest of the downstairs after he cleans it up need to be steam cleaned. Get the big steam cleaner that is somewhere in the garage. You'll probably saw it when you cleaned it up. And get that whole area down there steam cleaned, please.
Okay.
And then a break.
Resume July 1st at 4:03 p.m. I'm ready to kill Timothy.
You know what time I get off. What's wrong now?
I'm not gonna, but he left his peed and pooped in underthing in the freaking bathroom and I stepped in it.
The camera in his room needs picked up, please. Ugh. Lots of hot sauce on bread for that.
I cleaned my foot, but I'm already at my limit.
He shouldn't be doing anything in those, much less both. Grr. Where is he currently?
On the wall downstairs.
Has anything been accomplished?
He cleaned the kitchen, if that's what you mean.
All of it or just the dishes? And will I approve if it's clean or...
I had him clean the counters and do the dishes.
Okay, that's not an answer, but anyway, gotta work. We'll see if I'm pleased when I get home or not. Is he finally walking normally? He can have bread with hot sauce on it. Does need bread though.
I already given 4 pieces of bread earlier. I know he's not walking fine. He's still doing a whole wonky walk.
Do 4 more pieces of bread with hot sauce on them, please. Do me a favor and go ahead and fix him a cup of rice. Instead of using water, use mostly chicken broth. There is some broth in the fridge. Try to get all the way up to the cup with broth, and then if you need a little bit more than a cup of liquid, just be safe, use water. But don't tell him he did that. It's a few extra calories.
Okay.
And then a break.
Resume July 2, 2:32 p.m. What do I do if he doesn't finish within the assigned time?
Hot sauce.
So apparently this hot sauce isn't just Carolina Reaper. It's also Trinidad Scorpion Chili Pepper.
Yep.
And a break.
Start over July 2 at 3:07 p.m.
Groceries are here. Don't leave Timothy you unattended, but don't want anyone seeing him either. He's walking slightly better.
And break.
Start back up July 5 at 7:17 a.m.
Forgot to tell you this before I left. Timothy was doing his fake stumbling and falling last night, of course, so I decided to prove once again how fake it is. I asked him if he would stop doing that if he can eat a whole pizza by himself, and he said yes, of course. And then I told him how obvious it was that it was fake, and he had just proven that yet again. And of course, he just looked down and didn't respond. When are you going to the bike shop? And please let Timothy go to the bathroom and then put him back in his room with the alarm on when you go. G can be in his own room.
Start back up July 5 at 12:05 p.m.
Make sure you get Timothy some bread and water.
KK.
If you want him to sit in his room with his hands on his head, that's fine, but Timothy does not get to lay around all day. Have you fed him yet?
Not yet. I was literally about to.
Okay, TY. G is hovering right outside Timothy's store, which might cost Timothy to take even longer because he will claim he was blocked from getting out. Timothy's door, Siri. Just so you know, Timothy hasn't budged. What is his problem?
AUG.
Sorry. Please make sure you lock both front and back doors when you leave.
KK. Sorry, I'm just really done with this crap.
I understand. I am well past on with it as well. I know this is a big favor to ask. Please make sure you go down there regularly to make sure he is not asleep before you leave. Maybe we should leave the light on. That way it will be harder for him to fall asleep. I really do not want you to lose hours at work, but I am about to have you call in, at least until I can get home. I don't trust what he's going to try and pull today. I can't believe he keeps getting worse and worse with his stupidity. Now he's refusing to answer me, so go through some cold water on him as well.
Okay.
Please do the water now. He is being beyond stupid.
Okay.
I really don't want G seeing him like that with no clothes on. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You are not reading my messages. Please go back and read them and then go turn the light back on.
Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you go back and read all of my messages that I wrote just a couple minutes ago because they are important. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I can't work like this when he's doing this. And there's no telling what he'll do when you leave, and I don't want to risk G seeing him like that with no clothing on. Why is he doing this to me? Am I not going through enough already? Feel free to go dump more cold water on him. He moved over where he's not laying in what you dumped on him earlier. Go dump more cold water, Siri.
I know you're trying, Mama, but he's just too selfish. He's either gonna make me lose my job or just royally tick me off.
I won't allow him to make you lose your job, but I don't know what to do today. Go dump some more cold water on him.
Okay.
The camera that was originally in Timothy's small room that is now on my desk downstairs, I believe. Could you possibly set that up in my bedroom before you go? If so, I will have G stay upstairs. Maybe that will help a little.
KK.
Please hurry with the water dumping on him, though. He thinks he's getting away with something.
I know, I'm crushing the ice.
Thank you. Do you think any part of this is real? He's had more of a break in the last couple of days than he did before that. He can't be more tired than he was.
Right?
Please go ahead and set up the other camera so I know it works. And then when you leave, tell G he should not go downstairs at all.
The one with the Tekken app?
No, the one that was in Timothy's room that we pulled out and is now stuck to a box. I think it's still on my desk downstairs.
Oh, okay.
set that up in my room. I am the only one that has the app for that. That way I can watch G and not worry about him seeing Timothy like this.
KK.
Please check and make sure he has not fallen asleep. I would prefer if you managed to turn him around so I could see his face on camera in the bathroom.
KK.
Is he talking to you at all?
No.
Is he seriously trying to make us believe that he can't communicate?
He's full of it.
Could you put the camera in my room on top of the dog crate? And is he responding to you? Timothy, I mean?
Okay. And no, he's W. Not Siri.
Can you please force him to respond to you, just to make me feel a little better? Be honest with me. Are you worried about him at all? Or is it all a bunch of BS like it has been for days?
It's the same old BS.
So you're not worried at all?
Nope. If I wasn't so angry, then maybe. And that's a big if.
Okay, let me rephrase that question then. Do you honestly believe we should be worried?
IDK. I'm just tired of him being such a nuisance. Also, I called work and told them I'd be late.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I hope they are not upset with you.
Nope.
If you think G will behave himself and stay upstairs, you can try to go to work before I get home. I would recommend starting to look for an Uber in about 30 minutes though.
Are you sure? 'Cause I can and will stay till you get home.
I really want to say go, but I have my concerns, of course. I don't know. I will trust you to make a good judgment that won't negatively affect your work.
KK.
Just let me know what you decide, please. I know it would mean getting down there very early, but I'm willing to drop you off in Grand Haven before I head to work tomorrow morning. You could stay at Starbucks across the street.
KK. Let me know when you're headed home.
Please let work know that we will definitely have your e-bike fixed one way or another by your shift on Sunday. Please let them know, request, beg that your hours not be cut because of this. Okay, thank you. If you are staying, could you please stay on his case? It looks like he's trying to go to sleep and I don't have the time to yell at him from work and actually get stuff done here.
Yep.
Yeah, please go down there now because it looks like he's trying to sleep. He turned away from the camera so I can't see if he's trying to sleep or now.
He's not.
If you're gonna be there, why don't you go ahead and run another cold bath and stick him in it? You will have to stay downstairs in the bathroom with him, but I can keep an eye on G. Just leave G with the keys or he can unlock the freezer if he needs anything.
How is that gonna help?
It's going to make him miserable. Feel free to tell him that once he stops acting like this, he can get out of the cold bath.
Isn't he already? And it's all he's doing.
Yes, but this will make him more miserable. You might want to try the bathroom floor with a rag towel when you go to do that though, so you don't have to worry about sleeping on the water on the floor. Dry, not try. And try to force him to talk to you. We both know he can.
His eyes do have a slightly glazed look.
And there we have another photo attached to this is people's 36C.
But he smirked. You can make your eyes glaze over by staring for too long. Yeah, it just looks like he's been staring at something too long. You said he smirked?
Never in my life have I ever wanted to beat someone so bad.
Trust me, I understand right now, but you have to calm down. He's only making it worse for himself. Crazy idea. Ask G if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a set of pizza rolls and take one downstairs and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
KK,
And by the way, I did not intend for you to put the tech and camera in my room. Please move that back downstairs where it was before you leave, or before I take you to work. The one on top of the crate is perfect.
okay.
Even if G doesn't want pizza rolls right away, he will want them eventually. It's worth it to heat some up just to try that. Hold it right in front of his lips. How much do you want to bet he's gonna try to eat it?
A lot?
Agreed. Please do that and get back down there to make sure he's not falling asleep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's trying to fall asleep. You're going down there? I gave you time to cool off.
I'm waiting for the pizza roll.
KK. So how is he reacting now? It looked like he tried to grab something or do something with his arm.
He's not. He's Krill, being stubborn. Still, WTF.
I really don't understand it considering we know it's all fake.
Yeah,
Please make sure you keep bugging him so he doesn't try to go to sleep like that. Maybe force his mouth open and put some hot sauce in there considering everything he's put us through.
KK.
Does he blink when you smack him on the side of the face? And I don't mean hard smack.
Yes.
He doesn't realize that that wouldn't happen if there were something really wrong with him. Did he swallow it or try to spit it out?
He swallowed.
Yeah, he's just fine. He's just being an absolute butthead. Get his arm out from under his head like that. He doesn't get to be comfortable like that. He gets no padding whatsoever for his head if it's gonna hang his head sideways. Please keep an eye on him. I'm willing to bet he's going to move to adjust himself soon. Is it mean to ask you to turn his body slightly where he said would go over the side of the top backwards? That would be even less comfortable. He just adjusted to make himself more comfortable. Perfect. He thinks he can outlast us. Are you still down there watching him?
Yes.
He's moved a little bit to make it less uncomfortable. Yeah, he's moved a couple of times now to try to get more comfortable. Am I imagining things, or has he already moved a little bit again?
I'm done. I can't deal with him anymore.
Why are you saying that? How can he lay there like that for any length of time? Ugh. If you need to put clothes in the dryer, please do real quick.
He's doing this to tick us off and make us give up, and at this point I'm ready to beat him within an inch of death and go to work.
And that is exactly what he wants you to do. He will not last us. I can promise you that. I have the screen muted because I have to right now, but feel free to let him know that he will not outlast us, and that comes directly from me. But definitely time to switch the loads anyway, so take some deep breaths and go do that. Is he still acting like he's staring straight ahead?
Yes.
This is getting beyond pathetic, but he will not win this. Not gonna happen. Sorry, had to step out of my office for a couple of minutes. Did you swap the loads?
Yes.
Might be time to dump more cold water. Just make sure it doesn't go outside the tub, and maybe force him to drink some more. Did you say something after my comment about showing it's fake?
Yes.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just agreed.
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2 rolls, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
Okay.
Calm down, sweetie. He is trying to get a reaction out of you. Just splash water on him occasionally for now. I will let you know when I am on my way home. I have to stop for gas on the way, or I will run out about 15 miles from home. But I will make that a very quick stop and grab you and then head out. He's determined to be a pain, isn't he? Odd question. He's ticklish, isn't he?
Yeah?
He just moved his head, by the way. Go tickle him mercilessly.
Well, he was ticklish.
Wouldn't surprise me if he had enough determination to resist right now. Was worth a shot. Like I said, he's moving his head. ... I'm done. I'm not dealing with him for another second today, or I might snap. Chill out and just keep an eye on him so he doesn't sleep, and keep doing this splash of water occasionally, please. And keep an ear out for the dryer so you know when your clothes are dry. Calm down. You're okay. Try dealing with all of this from a distance. Just do whatever asked as far as keeping him awake and splashing him with water, and you'll be fine. If you need to wander away for a minute, go move that one camera back downstairs where it was, and then please take it to the shower curtains off the bar in the downstairs bathroom for tonight, so he doesn't have those to cover up with. I'm serious about making him sleep in here tonight. There tonight. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay, I got it.
When you go to remove the shower curtain, please remove everything else from that bathroom that he could mess with. He's not getting diddly squat to mess around with tonight.
Okay,
And he needs cold water dumped on him at least one more time before I get there. I was talking to you on camera. Is he still trying to stare off into space?
yes.
He's still breathing, right? I just have to ask. He's doing enough to make you paranoid even though we know it's fake.
Yes, he is.
You know, if this were just a matter of him being tired, he would have got enough rest sitting and laying there that he would be fine right now. It just further confirms how fake he is being and how horrible he is being, honestly. Please make sure you both move the other camera and clear out that bathroom before I have to leave work. I have a couple of places I want you to call about your bike while you're waiting for me to get home.
Okay,
I wonder how it will feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch him there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there. Is that horrible?
I don't know and I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to lose the attitude with me at least. I didn't do anything here. You need to lose the attitude, Siri. Okay, I understand that you're frustrated. I am also frustrated beyond measure. What I don't understand is why you haven't done either of the two things I told you to do before 5 p.m. when I have to leave work.
Okay,
Considering you're not sitting over him and haven't been for quite a while, I'm willing to bet he has slept at least some when he shouldn't have been able to.
nope, he's still awake.
You're not thinking about the whole picture in the fact that he can probably hear you walking in. But anyway, I'm not gonna go there right now. Close the bathroom door for now, please. I'm not watching him on my way home, but you can just stay close by and listen for anything like the water turning on or anything stupid like that. And then I will turn the camera back on once I pick you up.
Okay. Let me know when you are headed out.
I will leave at 5, but I will need to stop for about 5 minutes to get a little bit of gas.
There's a break there, and just to confirm, that last section that you read before the last break, that all occurred on what date?
July 5.
And that was a time period from about noon to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is that?
That's correct.
All right, and then the next section, then July 5, for clarity, is the day before Timothy was found deceased.
That's correct. We're on July 5 at 5:09 p.m.
And someone is suddenly moving their head more.
User busy, not even a voicemail, tried several times.
Okay. Getting gas now. Please tell G to stay in my room till I get home. Question mark.
KK. Sorry, just got that.
Okay, please check in on Timothy one more time before you go. I should be home in probably right around 10 minutes.
KK.
I am not going to pull in the garage. You will need to come out the front door and lock it real quick.
Okay. Are you here?
Not yet.
KK.
Did you check on him?
Yes.
Notice how he had the strength to sink down like that?
Right?
Still staring?
Yep.
He apparently decided to go big or go home today. Just beyond ridiculous.
We have a break there, and that break occurs at what time on July 5th?
At 5:56 p.m. Then our next one starts on July 5 at 11:49 p.m.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it though. It's beyond ridiculous.
We have a break, and then our next text is on July 6 at 6:09 a.m.
Time to get up and please check on Timothy on your way upstairs. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
That concludes the text messages, and again, for the record, that is People's Exhibit 36, previously admitted, Judge.
All right.
I think our Detective Mom can step down from the stand at this point.
Okay, thank you, Detective Alm. Any additional questions for Detective Oaksma?
I do have just a couple more questions, Judge, and
Okay.
just for as discreet as possible about this, but there are a couple more photographs that I need Lieutenant Oaksma that I did.
Okay.
Well, let me ask a couple of questions before I do that. Lieutenant, you just read a series of text messages. I don't want to talk about all of them, obviously, but let's just talk about the text messages from July 5th. And there are multiple references to cold water and the bath. Was that your understanding of those text messages?
That's correct.
And that was, again, July 5th was literally the day before Timothy was discovered early the next morning to be deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the last message from Ms. Vander Ark indicated that at around 11:30 or so, she dragged him out of there and put him in the small room.
That's correct.
Again, the small room, from your understanding, is what?
The closet in the basement next to his bed.
Now, these are very difficult photos. I know you've had an opportunity to see these before, but for the record, these are people's 33, 34, and 35. Starting with people's 33, you could identify that photograph for the jury.
That is the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor of the bottom level of the basement.
And did that appear to be roughly the same condition in which you observed Timothy Ferguson when you were at the residence on July 6th of this year?
Yes,
And he's fully clothed in that picture, is that correct?
that's correct.
What's he actually wearing, for the record?
He's wearing a black sweatshirt and blue jeans.
And again, that you had occasion to observe Timothy roughly in that condition when you were present, is that correct?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 34.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his chest area.
And People's 35.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson, his back with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his spine and shoulder blades.
And all three of these photos were taken while he was on the floor of the basement area of that home, is that correct?
Correct, at the scene of the incident.
We'll just take a moment and let the jury have an opportunity to review those photographs.
clarification questions, and for the record, the text messages that you have just read are the portion that you have just read is contained in this binder, People's Exhibit number 36. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And this represented excerpts of text messages, again, that you and Detective Alm read between the defendant and Paul Ferguson from February to roughly the day that Timothy was found deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, there's a second binder. This is People's Exhibit number 37, much larger binder containing more pages here. This contains, what is your understanding that this contains, that we have gone through?
Further text messages between the defendant and her son, Paul Ferguson, regarding Timothy.
And that is People's Exhibit number 37 for clarification's sake, and we're not reading that entire portion. That's substantially larger, but these are just text messages between Paul Ferguson and Shanda Vander Ark regarding Timothy Ferguson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson, any cross-examination?
Thank you. You right with you, Lieutenant? Good afternoon.
Hello.
Couple questions. Way back when you started your testimony this morning, you were shown a number of photographs, and I have photograph number 15. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. And you described that as a photograph of the interior of the pantry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there weren't any locks on that particular door, were there?
Not that I observed.
And there's foodstuffs on that in the pantry as well, correct?
Yes.
For the record, what sorts of foods do you see there? Cereals?
Yep. Crackers, soup, cereal, some salad dressing, bread, maybe some Chex Mix, ramen noodles, large variety of options.
Thank you. Secondly, and I just want to talk to you about that alarm that you came back and it wasn't there on the door. You know the one I'm talking about?
On the small room door, yes.
Yes, on the small room door, there was an alarm, and when you folks came back, was it for the first, when you came back for the first search warrant or the second one? It wasn't there.
It was missing when we arrived for the second search warrant.
Okay, so the first search warrant is there, second one it is not, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in between those two times, all the police officers left the home, and there were just the residents of that home remaining, is that correct?
After our execution of the first search warrant, all the police officers left the home.
Okay, look, and we know this because we've lived with this thing, but let's make sure we're clear. You're in the home, the officers are in the home, correct?
Yes.
The area in question, the basement area, is secured by another police officer, correct?
Yes.
And while you're still there, a search warrant is received, correct? You're given permission to search the home.
Yes. While we were there, we obtained a search warrant.
So there was no time in between your initial arrival and the first search warrant, when the police weren't in that home.
Correct.
Okay, so then after the first search warrant, you departed the home, correct?
Correct.
And then the second search warrant, you came back.
That's correct.
Okay, now, and in between the first and second one, there were no police officers there.
That's correct.
When were the cameras seized?
The cameras were
The cameras,
seized.
the video cameras, if they were.
I believe they were seized on the second search warrant.
Okay, and let me make sure I'm correct. When I say seized, I mean taken by the police.
Yeah, pursuant to the search warrant.
And were there any of the cameras, from your recollection of the scene and the evidence, were any of the video cameras removed and unavailable for that second search warrant? As far as you know.
As far as I know, there were cameras that remained. Can't
Okay.
say if any were taken because I wouldn't know if they were gone.
Okay. But you noticed this one was gone. The one in the bedroom, the alarm was gone.
The alarm, yes, the alarm was gone.
Okay, you noticed the alarm was gone, correct?
Yes,
But you didn't notice if any of the other cameras were gone, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and were there pictures taken before you left the first time before you left the house the first time and then came back the second time? Were there photographs taken?
There were photographs taken on both search warrants, yes.
Okay, so when you compared the two photographs, were any of the video cameras missing from the first search warrant to the second one?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so the only one missing is the alarm, as far as you know.
Yes,
Okay, and we're talking about an alarm, correct? An alarm, door opens, alarm goes off.
correct.
How would you, what type,
Just
how would
a,
you term that type of device? An alarm?
just a door alarm.
A door alarm,
Entry
fine.
alarm.
We'll use door alarm, because I may, okay. So a door alarm was taken, was missing.
Correct.
As far as you know, did that alarm, that door alarm, have any video capability?
Not that I have no idea.
Okay, you have no idea. And you didn't see it in the photographs you have, you don't see a hole for a camera, correct?
I didn't suspect it of being able to take video.
Okay. And during the course between the first and second visits by the police, there were 2 adults in that house, is that correct?
I don't know who was in the home while we were not there.
Okay, all right. So there could have been even other people in there, correct? As
That
far
would
as you
make-
know.
As far as I know, yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and redirect.
Just briefly. Lieutenant, Mr. Johnson was asking you about the photos of the pantry, and it did not appear that there was an alarm on the pantry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was food inside the pantry, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you to reread the section of, oh, you have it
Yep,
there,
I
so
still
I'll
have
just reference the page for you. Excellent. Turn to page 5093.
5093.
Yes. It's from May 26th of 2022.
Okay.
All right, and then starting with that second text, if you could read that portion for the jury again.
This is from the defendant to Paul Ferguson. Almost freaking caught him. I want all food in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked.
And then what's Paul's response to that?
It is. He just pulled the pantry door lock.
And the response to that is?
What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off?
And Paul's response?
Yes, the part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky loss.
And finally, her response?
Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the floor in a bag in my room.
So at least in that text exchange, Ms. Vander Ark is referring, and Paul is referring to the fact that Timothy has ripped the alarms off of the pantry door, correct?
That's my understanding.
But her insistence was that all the food in the pantry, the freezer, and the fridge be locked away.
Yes,
And that was in April of 2022.
that's correct.
Mr. Johnson was also asking you about the alarm being removed from the door lock and whether or not any cameras were seized. You did seize a number of cameras from that residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you attempt to obtain any footage from those cameras, either yourself or other detectives associated with the case?
Yes.
And with the exception of a memory card in one of those, were you able to retrieve any of the footage from those cameras?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why not?
Many of those cameras did not have their own storage capabilities. They utilized a cloud service to view. You could view it on your phone through a camera app. And there were no way that we could recover any of those video files without access to the cloud services, which we didn't know.
But again, none of the cameras, I believe there might have been one camera that had some internal storage. The rest of the cameras did not have any internal type of storage device on them that you could have pulled a memory card, a flash drive, or anything like that and viewed the footage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, some of those cameras at least may have been left for Ms. Vander Ark or anybody else that was inside the residence after the execution of the first search warrant.
That's correct.
Any further questions for this witness?
Okay, any additional questions?
If I may, based on, okay.
You may.
Lieutenant, you just read an excerpt from the emails from my client to her son Paul, correct?
Text messages, yes.
Okay, thank you. Text messages. And those were in April, correct?
Correct, April.
And based on what I'm hearing from your testimony, it sounds like my client is instructing Paul to put another lock on that door. Is that that pantry door.
That's my understanding of the messages, yes.
When did the new lock go on?
I cannot say.
Yeah, was there a lock on there when the police got there?
I did not observe a lock.
So we don't know if a new lock was ever put on, do we?
I do not know that.
Thank you.
But you do know from the text message where Ms. Vander Ark told Paul that extra locks were, right?
Yes.
In her bedroom.
Yeah, apparently she had extra locks available in a bag on the floor of her bedroom.
Thank you, nothing further.
Mr. Johnson?
Nothing further.
All right, I believe we do have some jury questions for this witness. Mr. Weaver, can you retrieve those?
Are we going to review those with you?
Yep, we're gonna go over to the, yep, as soon as we get them here. All right, Detective Hooks, now the first question, says cameras, question mark. Where is the screen to see what happens on said cameras? If you know.
As far as I'm aware, the cameras, they didn't have screens available to them. It was, like I said before, they were all, a lot of them were webcams that you could view live time from your personal device, be it a tablet, cell phone. So it would be, if you had access to the cloud services, you could view the cameras.
Okay. Second question, how many zip ties are missing from the bag?
That's a very good question, which I wish I could provide you with an answer with. I unfortunately never counted the zip ties in the bag.
Okay, third question, how long does the ice maker take to make the ice?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Who had the keys to the shackles?
One of the photographs we showed that had keys on it, there were handcuff keys on that key ring. So that did include some of the handcuff keys. I don't know if there were any other keys throughout the home, but those are the ones I found.
Okay. There were two additional questions. One had already been asked, and the additional one, it was determined by the court to ask for speculation by this particular witness. So court will not ask those two. Mr. Roberts, any follow-up questions to those questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor,
Yeah.
and I guess I'll start with the key question. You said that the keys that you discovered that we have a photograph of does contain a handcuff key, is that correct?
Correct.
And those were located inside the residence?
That's correct.
Were they located on any particular person or just in the residence?
When I photographed them, I believe they were on top of the chest freezer. So I did not locate them on anybody. When I photographed them, they were just on the freezer.
Okay. Now, if you could turn on your exhibit to page 4227, we'll just briefly reread a section for the jury. It might clarify some of the question about the zip ties. Okay, if you could start with, I think you could start with the second text messages, probably. The first one from the defendant.
So how has he been disobedient?
Yeah, and then if you just read through to the break on this section.
He just won't listen or does something. I didn't tell him he could. He just tried, claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I couldn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home, and you can tell him that. And if he lied about it, or lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. And then Paul, okay, and I already checked because I knew they were tightened. If they were tightened, it was his doing. The defendant, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, and so we can't do that. Defendant, he can't do that. Siri. And Paul Ferguson, okay.
And this text exchange takes place when?
On March the 4th in the evening.
So this is 4 months prior to Timothy's death?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Johnson, any follow-up questions on this?
Thank you. Lieutenant, you mentioned that you found a key ring with a handcuff key attached to it, is that correct?
I didn't find them. I photographed them, but they were found, yes.
Okay, I'm confused. I heard these devices described as leg cuffs, and are they leg cuffs or handcuffs? How would you describe it?
I would refer to them as leg shackles.
Leg
They're
shackles.
a larger diameter, designed to go around somebody's ankles with a longer chain so that they can walk, shuffling walk.
Would a handcuff key that you found on the key ring operate leg shackles?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, they all use the same type of handcuff key that all we use as the police officers.
Are the keys differentiated? In other words, like my house key is different from my neighbor's house key, or will one key fit all?
One handcuff key would fit all. They're all the same. That way officers can unlock other officers' handcuffs. They're not specific to a certain pair of cuffs.
But you found them on, not on, but they were found on the, a countertop and not on a person, is that correct?
When I photographed them, I believe they were on the top of the chest freezer.
Okay. Did you seize those keys? Did you see the keys and the key ring? Were those seized as evidence?
They were not.
All right. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Roberts? All right, may this witness be excused, Mr. Roberts?
To the
Or-
extent
or-
that he's my investigating
Oh,
officer,
stand down but not excused? Okay. All right. Thank you, Detective. Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
The next witness is Paul Gabriel. He should be, I believe, or perhaps Paul Ferguson. I apologize. Paul Ferguson, I believe he's in the back. I don't know if you want to take a break now. This would be the last witness for the day, I will say that, so we could take a break and then just go through Mr. Ferguson's testimony and be done.
We'll take a real quick break. Let's take about a 5-minute break, just to get him in position. I don't want to take a longer break just because if we start now, it's going to be 2.5 or 2 weeks. It's going to be quite a long time, so I don't want to do that. So let's just take a quick 5-minute break. Please rise. All right, may be seated. Anything for the record before we recess, Mr. Roberts?
Your Honor, just briefly, and for the record, Mr. Johnson's aware of this. Mr. Ferguson obviously is charged. I will go over at the beginning of his testimony with him the extent of any plea agreement with our office. His attorney, Mr. Eldon Brady, is present in the courtroom, and certainly will give him an opportunity to consult with Mr. Eldon Brady. I don't know if Mr. Eldon Brady's had a chance to go talk to him now to see if he has any questions before he comes on the stand, but
Okay.
I'm sure the sheriff's deputies will allow that to take place if that needs to happen, but that's it.
Okay. The record should reflect Mr. Joshua Eldon Brady is present in the courtroom. Mr. Eldon Brady, do you need to speak with your client prior to him testifying?
No, I'd like to check with him briefly. I did speak with him yesterday, so I'm not anticipating, but I certainly want to check with him before he goes on.
All right, certainly. So after we recess, we'll have you step back and talk to him. Mr. Johnson, any issues for the record prior to the court's recess?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
okay? We just go get Paul and bring him in here now and avoid having
Yeah,
the jury
that's
come in
fine.
and then
Yeah.
just say a few seconds.
Let's go off the record now, Mike. One zero FC, people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. The record should reflect that the jury is secure in the jury room. Mr. Paul Ferguson is present in the courtroom, has not been sworn in yet. Mr. Ferguson, you have an attorney which is present here today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Elton, as I indicated before, Mr. Ellen Brady is sitting in the front row. Mr. Ellen Brady, you certainly can come up and sit beyond the bar if you wish to do so during his testimony. If you wish to do so, it's up to you.
If Mr. Ferguson is fine, I'm fine here. It appears that our seating is full.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson, I want to advise you, you do have a right, a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means you cannot be compelled to testify against yourself. My understanding is that potentially you could testify to things that could potentially criminally inculpate you, basically get you in trouble, essentially, for lack of a better term. So, implicate you in crimes. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to discuss your testimony today with your lawyer, Mr.
Yes,
Elton
sir.
Brady, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and knowing that you have a right to not testify, do you wish to still testify today?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you please raise your right hand? Oh, no, we need the jury out here.
Your Honor, I do
Yes.
want to note for the record that my understanding is that people are offering an agreement to Mr. Ferguson that none of his testimony today will be used against him in trial unless he was to testify counter to his testimony today.
Is that correct, Mr. Robert?
That's correct, Your Honor. Actually, the full extent of the agreement is that we would also inform the sentencing judge of the nature of his cooperation in exchange for his full cooperation and testimony today.
Okay.
So we anticipate there would be a sentencing benefit for Mr. Ferguson. I believe that's his expectation as well. We'll place that on the record for the jury as well.
Okay, is that your understanding, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
Now, I need you to understand, although there has been a suggestion that there is and I'm certainly you were hoping to get a better sentencing, so basically some consideration at sentencing, I have not made any obligations whatsoever to take your testimony or cooperation into consideration. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And still knowing that, you still wish to testify today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, please rise. All right, you may be seated. The jury is now present in the courtroom. Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. My next witness is already in the witness chair, and that is Paul Ferguson.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, can you please rise and raise your right hand as best you can? In this matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Paul Ferguson, P-A-U-L-F-E-R-G-U-S-O-N.
Mr. Ferguson, you are testifying here today, and is it your understanding that you do have an agreement with the Muskegon County Prosecutor's Office in exchange for your testimony today against your mother, the defendant in this case, Shanda Vander Ark?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that as part of that agreement, the people have agreed that none of your testimony today would be used against you should you exercise your right to have a trial in the pending criminal matter against you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also your understanding that in exchange for your testimony today, you understand that the prosecutor's office will make representations to the judge that oversees your case if such time is reached that you are sentenced in that matter, and that you hope to get some sentencing benefit as a result of your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
And is that in exchange for your truthful testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any other promises in regards to your testimony today?
No, sir.
And and for clarity's sake, you are also charged in this matter involving the death of your brother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what charges are brought against you at this point?
Child abuse first degree.
And what do you understand the potential maximum penalty for? Well, you know what? Strike that. I won't ask that question. And you are prepared to testify today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that your attorney that represents you in your pending criminal matter is present in the courtroom. That's Mr. Eldon Brady. And if at any time you need to ask him any questions or take a break, you just let us know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, I'd like to start by just talking a little bit about your home in Norton Shores at the time that your brother passed away. And so you understand, and I'll try to make sure that I ask these questions very carefully because you haven't been present for this entire trial. You have a younger brother. We are not using your younger brother's name today, okay? So we're just going to use the initial G when we talk about your younger brother. So try to remember as best you can that if I ask a question that somehow involves your younger brother, that we're not going to say his name, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll try to ask those questions very carefully so that we don't get into that issue. But besides your younger brother, G, and yourself, at the time that your brother Timothy Ferguson passed away, who was living at the house in Norton Shores? Besides you and your younger brother, who else was living in the house?
My mother and my my little brother, though he was at my grandparents at the time, my step grandparents.
And obviously your younger brother, if you can put it that way, but your youngest brother is the one that we're not identifying by name. He was living in the house at the time that your next youngest brother, Timothy Ferguson, passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mother was also living in that house as well.
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir.
As best you can you kind of point her out or maybe say what she's wearing right now?
Her hair is in 2 braids. She's got, I think that's a black sweatshirt.
I think that's sufficient for the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Your Honor.
Yeah, the record reflect that.
Now let's back up just a little bit from the time your brother Timothy actually passed away. When did Timothy come to live with you and your mother in that house?
May 27th of 2001.
2001.
1.
Was it maybe 2021?
21.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So in May of 2021, Timothy came to live with you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when Timothy came to live with you, besides yourself and G, was there somebody else that was living in the house during that time period?
Other than my mother and half-brother, my stepfather, Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather, Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother, G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G, is that right? She's your mother, she's Timothy's mother, she's G's mother, is a better way to put it.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Okay. And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home anymore?
He suffered a stroke in January.
Did he leave the house at that point?
Yes.
When he left the house at that point, then when it became just you, your 2 brothers, and your mother living in the home?
Yes, sir.
And when Adam suffered the stroke, was he physically able to do anything to provide any care to either you or to Timothy or to G?
No.
And where did Adam go when he left the house after the stroke?
After the hospital, he went to live with my step-grandparents, my in-laws, in their house in West Olive,
When did the stroke happen?
January.
And from the time the stroke happened, was he ever back in the home in any way?
No.
And the folks that he went to live with were his parents, is that right?
Yes.
And they live in West Olive, down in Ottawa County?
Yeah.
So those would be like your step-grandparents?
Yes.
And they'd be Timothy's step-grandparents as well, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your younger brothers that we've talked about, do you have any older siblings as well?
Yes.
Who are your older siblings?
My biological brother Nolan, stepsister Chelsea, stepbrother Chris. There's, I don't know exactly how to put it, step brother and sister, Kenzie and Xavier, I suppose would be the terminology.
But biologically speaking, you have an older brother, Nolan, is that
Yes.
correct? And Nolan is how much older than you?
2 years.
2 years older than you.
Yes.
And was there ever a time where he lived with you at the house in Norton Shores?
No.
Where does Nolan live?
North Carolina.
So Timothy came to live with you, and prior to Timothy coming to live with you, was it just you and G and your mom and stepdad in the house at that time?
Yes.
So you went from 4 people in the house to 5 people in the house in May of 2021.
Yes.
And then back down to 4 people when Adam unfortunately had his stroke in January of 2022.
Yes.
Now, around shortly after the time of the stroke, did there come a point in time where you became involved in having to administer some discipline to your younger brother, to Timothy?
Yes.
We'll talk about some specifics, but we've already had some text messages read, and you've had an opportunity to kind of hear about some of those text messages throughout this, right?
Yes, sir.
And you sent text messages back and forth between yourself and your mother. And we have those text messages from January through the time of your brother's death in July of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time in February, there's a discussion fairly early in those text messages about blocking Timothy's access to food. Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time, and it was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry.
And when you say he was sneaking food that wasn't necessary, who would make that determination that it wasn't necessary?
Shanda.
And what type of food are we talking about that he would sneak that wasn't necessary?
Sweets or anything he could really get his hands on.
So as early as February, there was restriction, the locks were going on the freezer and the refrigerator, and you said there was also some type of lock on the pantry, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we've heard a text exchange, but at some point a little bit later, as things are progressing into April, was there a time where Timothy was doing something to get the locks off of the pantry door?
He was pulling them off by hand.
And what were you instructed to do as a result of him pulling the pantry door locks off? Let me ask you this way: were you given some instruction to replace that lock?
Yes,
And who gave you that instruction?
Shanda.
And what was your understanding of why you were locking the pantry back up?
Because he was sneaking food.
Let's talk about your brother Timothy for just a little bit. Did Timothy have some special needs?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what his special needs were?
He was attention deficit hyperactive disorder, as well as autistic. He had speech and motor impairments.
Speech and what type of impairments?
Motor impairments, movement impairments.
Movement impairments?
Yes.
And At the time that he came to live with you, was he supposed to be taking some medication?
Yes,
And did he stop taking his medication?
yes.
Why did he stop taking his medication?
Um, could you please reiterate?
Yeah, I guess a better way of saying it is, who made the decision for him to stop taking his medication?
Shanda.
As far as you know, from the time that Timothy came to live with you in May of 2021 in Norton Shores to the time of his death, did you ever see Timothy go to a doctor?
No,
Did Timothy go to school?
not public, no.
How was he schooled?
Home.
And when we say homeschooled, what would that entail?
At first, it was assignments on a tablet, and then my mother restricted it to where she would print out the assignments, and he would sit downstairs and do them.
So he never went to school and never went to a doctor, as far as you could see.
Yes, sir.
Basically, from January, from the time of the stroke moving forward, was Timothy allowed to even leave the house?
No,
When, if ever, was he ever allowed to go outside?
to walk the dogs sometimes,
And when he would walk the dogs, where was it that he would walk the dogs?
in the backyard, out of sight.
Was there ever some physical discipline that was involved with him being outside as well?
Yes,
What was that discipline?
he was made to run up and down the patio stairs.
And those are stairs in the back of your house?
Yes, sir.
Are those visible at all from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Visible to anyone walking by on the street or driving by, anything of that nature?
No, sir.
There are some text messages referenced in there where there's a discussion about doing the stairs chasing style. What is that, if you remember?
Following close behind him to ensure he moves faster.
And who would be the one that would chase him if that was taking place?
I had to.
What was, besides, you've talked about some of the special needs that Timothy had when he came to live with you. What was his overall physical appearance, though, when he first came to live with you?
He wasn't skinny, but he wasn't extremely overweight. He had a good amount of chubbiness to him.
So he was a little chubby?
Yes.
Obviously, as we all know, and now the jury's already seen some of the photographs, that went away at some point in time. When did the food restriction on Timothy start, with the locks going on the refrigerator, the freezer, and the pantry, and things of that nature? When did that actually begin?
Sometime in February.
There's been some testimony already about Timothy going on a hunger strike around the time of Adam's stroke. To your knowledge, did Timothy ever go on a hunger strike when Adam had his stroke?
No, sir.
There's also a reference to him going on another hunger strike about 2 weeks before he passed away. Excuse me, did that happen?
No, sir.
The police have indicated that at the time they searched your residence, there were a number of cameras seized, as well as some other items. So let's talk about the cameras first. What was the purpose of the cameras being inside the residence?
To watch Timothy.
And who would be watching Timothy on those cameras?
My mother, or when she couldn't, she had me do so.
And how is it that you would, kind of explain for the jury if you can, how is it that you watched the cameras so you could watch what Timothy was doing?
I would log into the app on my phone, and it would alert me if there was a motion movement.
So you had you had your phone and you had some type of app on there that was connected to those cameras?
Several, yes.
And you said that you were also alerted to movement. Were there motion sensors in the home?
Yes, and the cameras also had that feature as well. They activated on motion.
And what was the restriction on Timothy's movement that would cause those cameras to go off? Where was he limited to?
Could you please reiterate?
Yeah. Where could Timothy go, basically?
Mainly he was restricted to the downstairs area, to a closet downstairs.
the downstairs area actually contained 2 bedrooms. One was yours and one was G's bedroom, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a bunk bed that was out in that area, that I believe that the defendant indicated was Timothy's bunk bed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
And what did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
And what was in the small room if Timothy was in the small room?
There was a camera monitoring him, even when he slept.
Was there an alarm on the door as well?
Yes, sir.
Some type of motion sensor or alarm?
Motion, vibration, yes.
So we had that on the door and then a camera actually inside the room as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there times where you were required to watch that camera?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were there times when your mother was watching that camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Was there a restriction on how much Timothy could move while he was inside that closet?
Could you please reiterate, sir?
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions.
What were the restrictions on his movement?
Hands on his head, normally?
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Was that some form of discipline for him?
Yes. On his knees and against a corner or wall of the room.
And when you say hands on head, I'm going to demonstrate just putting my hands just over my head like this. Is that what he was required to do?
Yes.
He was required to be on his knees as well? Say yes?
Yes, sir.
You have to say yes or no, because this is
I
being recorded.
apologize.
You're fine, no, that's fine, everybody makes that mistake, it's not a problem. And was he monitored to make sure that he was doing those things?
Yes, sir.
And for how long would he have to do these things?
Several hours.
And that was inside his closet, for lack of a better way of putting it, what you referred to as the small room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there also times when he was required to stand against the wall?
Yes, sir.
And would that be in the closet, or would that be in other places in the house?
At times it would be upstairs by the back door or on the wall between me and G's room.
And when he would stand against the wall, how long were we talking about that he would be required to do that?
Hours, sometimes overnight.
At some point, did you utilize some type of alarm or alarms on his body to alert you if he was moving?
A vibration detector, yes.
Was there more than one that he was required to wear at times?
At times, yes.
Where were those devices located on his body?
They were normally tied to the back loop of his belt, or the back loop of his pants, I apologize.
And was there something placed on his wrist as well at any point?
Handcuffs, and before that, zip ties, zip cuffs,
When you say zip cuffs, are those put together with zip ties?
yes.
And those were designed to restrict what?
Movement,
Of what part of his body?
his hands,
I think there's a text exchange that the jury's heard a couple of times where it's referencing him tightening those zip cuffs on his wrist. Do you recall that?
yes, sir.
And so what was happening that caused you to send that text message and had that exchange with your mother about those zip cuffs?
He was complaining about them being too tight.
And what was your mother's response when he was complaining about those being too tight?
To leave them and she'd deal with it after she got home.
So the jury has some clarity in terms of a schedule here. You and your mother worked basically different shifts, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What was your job at that time?
I worked as a dishwasher at Applebee's.
And was that, which Applebee's?
The one in Grand Haven right off the bridge.
What was your normal shift that you would work?
4 to close.
What, at that time, was your mother working as well?
Could you reiterate?
Did your mother have a job as well?
Yes.
Where was your mother working?
As a court scribe, I believe you would call it.
Okay, and where physically was that job?
That I remember of, did she say here at this courthouse?
So there was a time she worked at the Muskegon County Courthouse?
Yes.
Do you remember a time when she worked in a northern county at a courthouse as well?
I believe so, yes.
And what was her normal hours that she would work?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So would it be fair to say that you two are not together in the house very often?
Yes.
So whose responsibility was it to keep an eye on Timothy if she was not in the house?
Mine.
And vice versa, like if you were not in the home, who would take the responsibility of watching Timothy at that point in time?
She would.
At the small room that you've described, at some point in time, there was a tarp placed in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason there was a tarp placed in that room?
Due to Timothy's bladder problems, Shanda didn't want him urinating on the floor.
Would that be something that he would do?
Yes.
Did he wear some type of adult diaper?
Adult diaper, yes.
And let me ask it this way: if Timothy had to go to the bathroom, how would he go to the bathroom?
He would have to ask, and he would be timed.
And who would do the timing?
Whichever one of us was there.
So he'd basically has to ask permission to go to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And what time was he allowed to go to the bathroom?
For urinating, it was a minute. For
You can say the word, it's okay.
taking a poop, it was 2 minutes.
And who set those time limits?
Shanda.
We've seen a lot of text messages and references to hot sauce and hot sauce retrieved from the home. At some point in time, were you asked to start feeding him bread with hot sauce on it?
Yes.
And who asked you to do that?
Shanda.
Why were you giving him bread with hot sauce on it?
Because he was supposedly misbehaving.
And how would you, describe to the jury what you would do to do that and to make him eat the bread with hot sauce?
I would put it on bread, have him stand in the kitchen area near the back door and watch him eat until he finished.
And was he required to eat it until it was all gone?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever look like he wanted to eat the bread with hot sauce?
No.
Were there times where you were told that he could have something besides bread with hot sauce on it if he ate the bread with hot sauce first?
Regular bread, yes.
So he had to eat that bread with hot sauce first, and then he could have some regular bread.
Yes.
Did he have to wait a period of time before he could eat the regular bread, though?
Yes, sir.
What, do you remember about what that was, about how long?
30 minutes?
With taking the bread out of the equation, was hot sauce used in some other fashion as a form of discipline for him?
It was poured directly into his mouth.
And who would do that?
Me or Shanda, me under her orders.
And it's just like what you sound like? How did you do that?
Had him open his mouth and poured it in.
There's some text messages. Do you recall a text message you exchanged with your mother in, I believe it's around April or so, where you've alerted her to the fact that he's eaten some part of a burger?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was it? What part of the burger is it that he ate?
Just the crust.
And what was your mother's response when you told her that he had eaten the crust of that burger?
Make him throw it up.
Did you try to do that?
I tried at first, yes.
How did you try to do that?
Putting a finger into his mouth as instructed to the back of his throat to induce vomiting.
So who gave you the instruction to put your finger in the back of his throat?
Shanda?
we don't see a text message to that effect. Were you two also communicating by camera as well?
Yes,
The cameras had was it a two-way capability, basically? You could
Yes.
talk to the camera or
you
something?
could
on
talk
the camera?
and they could hear. At certain times, it could be activated.
Was there ever any other time where she instructed you to make Timothy throw up?
Yes,
About how many times did she instruct you to do that?
3 or 4.
At some point in time, was there a form of discipline introduced that involved you placing Timothy in a cold tub?
Yes.
And what was the mechanism for that? How did you do that?
Clog the tub, plug it, turn on the water, and take the ice that was in our ice maker upstairs and put it in, and have him get in.
Initially, how long was he supposed to sit in the cold water?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? And that, when we say cold water, we actually mean water with ice cubes in it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And how often, when did that start in relation to when Timothy died, if you remember?
I do not remember the exacts.
And do you know about how many times you did that up until the day the day before Timothy died?
Before the day that Timothy died?
The day before Timothy died, we'll get to that in just a moment, and I believe that.
3, then.
So you remember doing it 3 times before the day before Timothy died?
Yes.
And who would direct you to put him in the ice bath?
Shanda.
Was there some type of camera in the bathroom as well?
Yes, on the counter.
Was that camera monitored by somebody if you were in the bathtub, or if you were in the bathroom with Timothy?
Shanda.
Were you instructed to stay in the bathroom with Timothy when he was in the tub?
Yes.
Why?
To ensure that he couldn't get comfortable or try to turn the water hot.
And what would you, if you tried to move around, what were you instructed to do?
I don't quite understand.
If you said that you were supposed to make sure that he stayed uncomfortable, how were you supposed to make him uncomfortable in an ice bath?
Put his body at an odd angle that was not a comfortable position to be in.
When he was in the tub, would he try to rest his head somewhere?
On his shoulder, yes, or the lip of the tub.
Was that allowed?
No.
I know this is difficult for you, Paul, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this matter. But I need you to look at a text message that you sent to your mother. It's got a photo that you took of your brother. You remember sending that text message?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this is People's 36A. This has been previously shown to the jury. Who took that photo of your brother?
Me?
And you sent it to your mother?
Yes, sir.
Why did you send it to your mother?
Because I was concerned with how thin he was.
And that photo was taken on, do you remember what the date was?
Not the exact, no.
If your phone indicated it was June 13th, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No, sir.
And you just became, again, the reason you sent it to your mother was why?
Because I was concerned about how thin he was.
And you remember what your mother told you to give him after you sent her that photograph?
Bread?
And then is there a reference to bread and some peanut butter?
Yes.
So at that point, your brother's very skinny, right? Was he eating regular meals at that point?
No.
Were you still administering the hot sauce on the bread as a form of punishment for him during that time period?
Yes.
And did that continue all the way up until the time of his death?
Yes.
Did he ever eat any normal type of meal leading up to his death after you took that photo and sent it to your mother?
That day I made him an actual real meal, some an actual peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as well as scrambled some eggs and put cheese in them.
Did you tell your mother you'd made that meal for him?
No, sir,
Why not?
because I didn't want her to be upset with me.
Let's move up to the day before your brother passed away. Do you remember the day before your brother died?
He was unresponsive when I was told to get him up.
So you were given some instructions to wake him up in the morning?
Yes,
Was your mother already at work?
yes,
Were the cameras activated at that point though?
yes.
So your responsibility when you had to go wake him up was what? Just to do what? To get him up?
Just wake him up, which normally wasn't difficult before then.
And this is the day before he passed away, but was it difficult on that day?
Very.
Did you scream at him and yell at him to get him to try to wake up?
Yes,
And at some point were you instructed to do something with him because he wouldn't wake up?
put him in an ice bath.
And did you do that?
Yes,
Was he able to, where was he sleeping that night?
closet.
So when you went to wake him up and he was unresponsive, was he still in the closet?
Yes,
How did you get him from the closet to the bathroom with the,
I
Ice
had
bath.
to drag him.
he didn't stand on his own?
He couldn't, no.
Didn't walk on his own? Is that enough? Is that
No.
enough? Was he even talking at that point?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you put him in the ice bath?
Not exactly, no.
If the text message indicated it was around 2 o'clock, does that sound about right?
Yes,
What time did you have to leave for work that particular day?
I was supposed to be at work at 4, but unfortunately, due to a flat tire on my e-bike, I had to wait till 6 for my mother to get home and drive me to work.
So from 2 to 6 until your mother got home, you were home with Timothy, is that right?
Yes,
And where was Timothy that entire time that you were home with him?
in the bath.
In the ice bath? Was your
Yes,
mother
sir.
giving you instructions on what to do with him while he was in that tub at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What was she telling you to do?
Make him uncomfortable, and at one point she had me heat up a pizza roll to see if he would be responsive to enticement.
Did you actually do that?
Yes,
And what did you, so describe for the jury exactly what you did with that pizza roll with Timothy in the tub.
I held it close, and when he responded, as per instruction, I was to pull it away from him.
So did you actually do this?
Yes,
So you actually held a pizza roll in front of him to see if he would respond? Is that yes?
yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So he didn't get to eat the pizza roll.
No.
Do you recall, while Timothy was in the tub, an exchange where your mother inquired about pouring hot sauce on his private parts?
I do, yes.
Did you do that?
No. That was beyond rule, as everything else was.
So you put him in the tub around 2. Did your mom come home at 6?
Yes,
And when your mom gets home at 6, did you go to work at that point in time?
she drove me to work, yes.
And was Timothy still in the tub at that point in time?
Yes,
So you and your mom drove to Grand Haven to drop you off at work, and Timothy's just in the tub?
yes, sir.
Was he even physically able to move around at that point in time?
No,
Do you recall getting a text message from your mother around 11:30 or so that night while you were at work?
yes.
And
Though I saw it later than that because I was busy.
so you received the text message, but you didn't actually read it until a little bit later than it was received.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand from that text message from your mother about where Timothy had been up until the time you were at work at 11:30 at night.
Still in the tub.
So that's 9 hours plus from the time that you first put him in the tub at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
When you got home, do you remember about what time you got home that night?
1 o'clock?
How did you get home? Did somebody give you a ride?
Yes. A
So you're-
coworker.
Did your mom didn't pick you up that night, did she?
No.
When you got home at 1 o'clock, did you go to your bedroom?
Yes.
Downstairs in the basement area, the lower level?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Timothy at all?
No.
Did you check on him at all?
No.
When did you next become aware that something was happening with Timothy?
The next morning,
And what happened?
I had to get up early so that Shanda could drive me to the premises area of work. And I'd gone to the laundry room to get a pair of clean socks and was then made aware that he was not breathing
And where was he at that point in time?
in the closet.
And who made you aware that he wasn't breathing?
Shanda?
Was he on his bunk bed?
No.
Was he ever on his bunk bed from the time that he was in that small closet until the time the police arrived? If you know, do you know how much time passed from the time that you first became aware he wasn't breathing until 911 was called?
18 minutes?
And during that 18 minutes, did you tell your mother or ask your mother if you were going to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
No. She said no. Sorry, that was my bad.
I'm sorry, good. Let's clarify that. Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her if we should call 911?
She said no.
So you didn't call 911 at that time?
No.
During that time period, what were you doing?
I was attempting to resuscitate, though it was too late.
At the time when he came out of the small room, how did he get out of the small room at that point? How did his body actually come out of the small room?
He was removed.
By who?
Shanda, and I believe I helped a bit.
What was he wearing when he came out of the room?
Nothing but an adult diaper.
At some point, did you put clothes on him?
Yes.
Who put the clothes on him?
Both me and Shanda, per Shanda's request order, however you'd like to phrase it.
So before he was wearing the diaper, but you put the clothes on him while he's unresponsive outside of the small room.
Yes.
And do you remember what clothes you put on him?
A hoodie, a pair of my jeans, and Shanda had me remove my belt and put it on him
Did she tell you why she wanted you to take the belt off and put it on?
because the pants were too big.
At some point, the 911 is actually called, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, before 911 was called, and I guess let me ask you this, who actually called 911?
Me.
But did Shanda actually talk to the 911 folks, if you remember?
Not that I remember of, no.
Before 911 is called, was there some discussion about a hunger strike?
Yes.
What was the discussion about the hunger strike at that point?
Shanda said to say that he'd gone on a hunger strike.
When
And
we said
that we
he, who was
found
she-
him on the bed.
Seems
dead.
obvious, but who was she referring to?
Timothy.
And said that he was found on the bed?
Yes, the bed.
So 911 comes at that point, and then the police are also involved, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, did the police leave you guys alone in the home
Yes.
later that night?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Shanda do anything with any of the items in the house?
She disposed of evidence.
What did she dispose of?
Vibration detectors, a camera upstairs that was not confiscated. She broke the memory chip that was inside into 4 pieces and threw them out the window as we were driving to Grandma and Grandpa Vander Ark's.
So you went down to Grandma Vander Ark's that night,
Yes,
and she disposed of evidence on the way down to?
yes, and the vibration alarms were thrown into a trash can, were stuffed in a plastic bag and thrown into a trash can at the Chick-fil-A near our house.
When you say the vibration alarms, are you talking about the sensors that were on the doors?
Yes,
Was one of those the sensor that was on the small room door?
yes.
Just a moment. Mr. Ferguson, we've had you testified about some of the alarms that were placed on Timothy's body. Did those alarms, what would those alarms do? I mean, how would they make noise or alert people?
A loud beeping.
Was that something you could hear if you were like, close to the alarms?
Yes, through solid wall even.
And did Timothy have some ear problems?
Yes,
What were-
sensitive hearing,
He had sensitive hearing?
and had tubes implanted at one point.
To your knowledge, was Shanda aware that he had these hearing problems and the tubes in his ears?
Very much so.
And again, to your knowledge, was it indicated to you that the alarms were a form of punishment for him, that as if they went off, they would be harmful to him, or
Painful.
distracting to him?
I believe so.
And we talked about being made to stand against the wall. Was he made to do something else against the wall as a form of punishment as well?
Wall sits,
And wall sits, for the jurors that might not be aware, is what, basically?
back pressed against the wall, sitting with your, crouched with your legs as though you're sitting in a chair.
But nothing to support your weight on your
No,
buttocks or your upper thigh area.
no.
And at some point, he was forced to do that as well. I have no further questions.
Before you begin, Mr., I think it's a good time to take a longer afternoon break. So let's adjourn till approximately 3:45, and then we'll return. All right, please rise. I can be seated. Anything else, Mr. Roberts, before we break?
Thank you, Jeff.
And Mr. Johnson? Anything?
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess.
You may be seated.
All right, we are back in the record in 23110 FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Is Mr. Ferguson back in?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring him out. All right. All right, record should reflect the jury is in the jury room. Anything before we bring them out, Mr. Roberts?
Okay.
And Mr. Johnson?
Nothing further.
All right, please rise. All right, you may be seated. Mr. Johnson, you can commence your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
Do you remember me?
Yes, sir.
I'm Fred Johnson, in case you don't remember. I examined you at your preliminary examination, do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been doing very well with your examination. Please keep your voice up so everyone can hear you, okay?
Of course.
Okay. Now, I've got some hard questions to ask you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's start where Mr. Roberts start. You got a deal for testimony, right?
That nothing I say will be used against me in my, should I pursue this into my case in a trial.
Okay, that's good. That's not what I asked you, though. Did you get a deal?
A deal? No, sir.
You've not got no deal?
No, sir.
Okay. You're not a lawyer, though, right?
No.
And you have a lawyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Let's go way back to the very beginning. I remember, I don't know if you've seen the police reports in this case, have you?
Yes, sir.
You seen the, in the first police reports I saw, where they talked to you, you referred to your mother as either mom or mama. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then in the, you had an interview with Detective Piesky. Do you remember that? Detective, are you here? Could you stand at least so you can see? Do you remember that gentleman there? Detective Piesky?
Not
A long time.
perfectly, but
Okay.
yes.
2 days, thank you. 2 days after after the event, after Tim passes, you have an interview in his office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're wearing shorts and your knees were up and that sort of thing. It was warm outside?
Yes.
You remember that? And during that interview, you referred to your mother as mom or mother. Do you remember that? Or mother or mama, something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And about 3 weeks later, well, however long it was, 3 weeks later, we had a preliminary examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you referred to your mother as Shanda, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things that happened between the time that you interviewed with Detective Piesky and the time you testified at your preliminary examination is you cut a deal, didn't you? Take your time.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware, you testified to it at the prelim, don't you remember? We talked about it at the prelim. There was testimony on it, you remember?
I said what my guidelines were, but I was not given a deal for them.
Okay, you were not given a deal. Well, first of all, you and I have been through a preliminary examination. I will bet some of the folks over here have never been to one. Let's describe what a preliminary examination is for them, okay? Okay? I'll ask you a question, you just fill in the blanks for us, okay? First question, a preliminary examination is held in a courtroom, like not this one, but a courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And there isn't a jury at a preliminary examination, is there?
No, sir.
But there is a judge,
Yes, sir.
not this judge, a different judge, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Roberts was there, and I was there, and your mom was there, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And you testified, like you're doing now. And you told us what happened, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us what happened under oath, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The same oath you took here, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing is, this preliminary examination, in this case, was about 18 months ago, wasn't it? It was a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't expect you to remember everything that happened and everything that was said, young man. That would be unfair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have had the liberty of looking up, when you have a preliminary examination, one of the reasons you speak everything out loud is so that somebody can type it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they type it up and they call it a transcript. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A transcript is an exact duplication typed up as to what everybody says in the courtroom. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It's the official copy, it's the official word as to what was said, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you at your preliminary examination that there was a transcript done.
Okay.
Okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have some of my assistants look up what we talked about in terms of your deal, so that I can refresh your memory as to whether or not you knew you had a deal at the time. Correct?
Okay.
All right. Cool. So having said that, you have been charged, and it's on the subject of your deals, you have been charged with what, as far as you understand?
First-degree child abuse.
Okay. Do you know what your mother has been charged with?
At the moment, it's open murder.
Okay. What else?
That's all that I know of.
Okay. Would you, if I tell you that she's also been charged with first-degree child abuse, just like you, would you have any problem accepting that?
No?
Okay. So, your mother's charged with first-degree murder, right? And, yes,
I didn't say anything. That was...
I'm asking, do you know if your mother was charged with first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay, and according to me, first-degree child abuse, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And according to your testimony and other things you said, you're the one who put the hot sauce in this boy's mouth.
Per her orders, yes.
Timothy's mouth. You're the one who put the cuffs, the braces on, the ties on it, right?
Per her orders.
You're the one who put him in the cold baths, correct?
Per her orders.
You're the one who said, in one of those texts that you've never wanted to beat somebody up, and I forget the exact word, beat somebody so bad in your entire life. You said that, was that per her orders?
No.
You also said that if something happens, I'm gonna kill him. Was that her orders too?
No.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm asking. But you're not charged with first-degree murder, are you?
No.
The prosecutor during his opening comments talked about hypothermia. You know what hypothermia is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury, what's hypothermia?
When the body suffers from extreme cold to a high extent.
Okay. And you're the one who put him in a bath for 7 hours, 6 hours, whatever it was, the day he died?
Yes, per Shanda's
Okay.
orders.
All right. But you're not charged with first-degree murder, are you?
No.
It's a good deal, isn't it? Let me ask you this. I withdraw that question. Let me ask you this. And I don't want you to tell the jury what the penalty is. I just want to know if you know what the penalty is. Do you know what the penalty is for first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not charged with that, are you?
No.
In fact, it is your desire that your mother in this trial, in this case, and get you out from under, isn't it?
That was what I said in that letter.
The letter I'm holding here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was furious at that time.
You're furious
I was
at
not
that
thinking
time.
straight.
Are you furious now?
No, I'm
You're still calling her Shanda though, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you remember when the police asked you at the time of the event what was going on, what had happened in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Did you tell them what happened, or did you lie?
I lied.
And when Officer Pieskey asked you the next time out, 2 days later, did you tell him what happened, or did you lie?
Told him the full truth.
You told him the full truth? You told him that you pulled, Timothy was in that room, and you pulled him out, and you didn't fall from the bunk bed? You told him that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what you told him. You told him that Timothy had passed all his final exams. You remember telling him that?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Did he?
I can't say for certain. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. You told him that your mother loved every one of us.
That was what I believed.
You don't believe that now?
No.
You told him, now, you told him that Timothy went on a hunger strike. You remember telling him that?
I told him that at the house. Yes.
You remember telling him that 2 days later?
No.
Do you remember that, the interview itself? You were interviewed in his office, correct?
Yes.
And did you know that there was a recorder going on?
Yes, sir.
And that recorder was recording everything you said?
Yes.
These are brand new earphones, because I didn't want you to have to use a pair. You don't have to worry about disease or anything. If I were to allow you to listen and watch the video of what you said at the time, and you were able to hear what was said and what you said, would that refresh your recollection? Would that refresh your memory as to what you said at the time?
Most likely.
All right. If I may take just a moment, Your Honor. And this is to the question about the hunger strike, correct? Let me make sure this works. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. I'm sorry, I put them on. Do you mind? I put them on before you. Can you still use them?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, is that comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to play you the part, I think, where you're talking about the hunger strike. And I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to listen to what was said, okay? And then I'll ask you questions about it. Let's see. Can you hear that? was it? Did they speak of the hunger strike yet?
Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection as to what the question was and what you answered at the time?
Yes.
All right, may I remove the headset, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, now you've had your recollection refreshed, and I think the question was, I asked you if you had told the detective that there had been a hunger strike, your brother had been involved in a hunger strike. Having listened to that recording, do you remember what you told the detective?
I told him that there was, but then I cracked and told the full, well, everything.
So
That was the
you,
part that you missed.
so initially you lied?
Yes.
Okay,
I
and said there
apologize.
was so as far as you're concerned, your brother had never been on a hunger strike?
No,
Not
never.
even when he first got there and his stepfather had the stroke, remember that?
I remember, and he was not.
He was not, okay. Do you remember telling the detective that your brother could walk? And that he was never there was never anything major wrong with him?
I do not remember that, no, but
Okay. Did you remember telling the detective that your brother was looking around and didn't talk when he was in the tub?
no.
Oh, one of the things we talked about cold baths and ice baths. You showed the detective how much ice was in that those ice. Where did the ice come from?
The ice maker, there
How
wasn't a
mu-
lot.
Now, you know it's on tape, right? You showed the officer how much was in that ice maker makes, right? Do you remember showing with your hands?
Not a specific amount, but I remember showing him.
Do you remember showing him? Well, it's on the tape. Would you like to see it?
No, sir.
Okay. My recollection is you showed the officer that, he said, how much ice is in it? You did like this. You make this gesture where you put your hands together and to form like a pocket for about that much ice. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why did you tell, what was the original story you told the police as to why Timothy slept in that room? What did you all call it? The spare room? The closet?
The small room?
The small room. What was do you remember the original story you told them?
That he wanted to be in there?
Okay. And you told them that, and didn't you also tell them that because Timothy was taking things apart, his bed was not safe to sleep on, and they weren't, because he'd taken loose the bolts and screws?
Yes.
And you told him that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You told him that originally the small room had a mattress, but he ripped it, so we had to take it out of there. You remember telling him that?
Yes.
You remember telling him he would sneak out? He would move around the house, not just for food, but sneak out to the garage and other places in the house. Do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
He kept shredding the plastic covers, so we had to switch to tarp. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the hot sauce thing. Tell me about, how was the hot sauce administered?
Either slathered on bread or administered directly orally
Okay. And you would do those things, correct?
under my mother's orders, yes.
Under your mother's orders. By the way, one of that pizza, remember that you testified that pizza, you gave him that pizza, that mini pizza or whatever, and,
Pizza roll.
right, and pulled it back once he responded?
Yes.
Do you know that we were hearing a text where your mother told him to try it, and if he ate it, give him 2 of them? Do you remember that part of the text?
No.
And she never, do you know she didn't, according to your text, one of the texts between the 2 of you, as I recall it, she says, give him a pizza roll, see if he'll eat it, and if he does, you give him 2. You don't remember anything like that?
No.
Your recollection is, if he tries it, snatch it back and don't give it to him.
Yes.
Was she in the room at that time?
No. She was at work.
She was at work. Why not give him the pizza roll? Why snatch it back?
Because I was doing as I was told.
Okay, good. All right. And you mentioned today that you fed Tim a good meal.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it, it's not in the police reports, right?
No.
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Pieskey, is that correct?
Was there?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no mention of it, correct? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember.
Okay, there was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you were under oath, correct?
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good, but you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No.
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak him some food, and you snuck him some food according to your testimony today, right?
Yes.
All right, you work at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Do they make food at Applebee's?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can only get one free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. Right?
Yeah.
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
Sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
No.
And you're on a bike coming from Applebee's to your home in Norton Shores?
Yes.
You had to pass a Walgreens or a convenience store, a gas station or something, correct?
At 1 in the morning, everything would be closed.
Gas stations wouldn't be closed, right?
The only one that I went by was the one at Meyer, and it was.
And you could stop you went by the gas station at Meyer?
And it was closed.
Was the Meyer itself closed too?
I don't know. I never checked.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour store, correct?
I don't know.
Did you ever go into any place before work or after work to buy your brother a candy bar to bring him home and help him out?
No.
You kept saying during the text, you kept saying, young man, that you were under the impression that what Timothy was going through was an act. Do you remember that?
Because I was convinced by my mother.
Okay. You thought it was an act, correct?
Yes.
You thought he was faking it, correct?
Yes.
The seizures, you thought that was an act?
Yes.
The shaking, you thought that was an act?
Yes. I wasn't there when some of that occurred.
The trembling, that was an act? Did he cry when you had him crouched like that? When you had him do that back thing against the wall, did he cry?
Not cry. He complained.
Did he cry when you had him stand up for hours against the wall? Did he cry?
No. Not
Okay.
that I remember of.
You don't remember any crying, any complaining, do you?
No.
Okay. When you cuff him, did he cry?
No.
When you said he would close, well, it's been said, you haven't said. He would close the loop on those cuffs and make them tighter on his own wrists. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
You didn't do that, right?
No.
Did he cry when that happened?
He complained about it, and that was how I knew.
Okay. There were numbers of monitors in that house, right? Video
Yes.
monitors?
Yes.
But they weren't all for Timothy, is that correct?
There was one that was in
G's
G's room
Okay.
because, according to Shanda, he had a tendency to remove all of his clothes and wander around in his room like that.
But that's when he was 2, right? He's older than that at this point, isn't he?
That was what I was told. It was what
Okay.
I believed.
But there's monitors in the entire house, correct?
Yes.
And what were you told was the purpose of the monitors?
Other than the one in G's room,
Mm-hmm.
she hadn't told the purpose. I just knew that she was monitoring Timothy.
Okay. Let's switch up a little bit, talk about something else. Tell me about your mom a little bit. What do you know about her? How far has she gone in school?
She's graduated from law school, second in her class.
Yeah. Were you impressed by that?
Yeah,
Yeah. She's worked, did you know she was the judge's clerk?
that's what it was called.
Okay, that's what it was?
Yeah,
Both
I was
here
trying
and,
to figure out what the name was.
that's fine. Both here and in Nuevo?
Yeah,
Okay. And was she doing other things professionally? Was she studying or anything say, during May to July, or February to July 2022? Was she studying or writing books or?
no.
Okay.
There were
All right.
times when she'd do law school through the service dog's eyes for her YouTube channel.
Okay. Do you know she was tutoring other law students?
No,
Okay. During that time, Adam, was this Adam Ferguson?
Vander Ark.
Vander Ark, I'm sorry, Vander Ark, I should have figured that out, right? Adam Vander Ark, her husband, had a stroke, is that correct?
In January, yes.
Was he working prior to that?
Yes,
Okay. And you're also aware, so he's not working once he has a stroke, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So who's providing for the family as far as you know?
Me and her,
You and her. Cool. So you're working,
yes, sir.
okay. And so the two of you are providing for that household, correct?
Yes,
In a house, how old are you now?
21.
And you were 19 back then? Sort of close, somewhere around there?
Somewhere around there,
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right. So she's providing the household with your assistance.
Yes,
She has two children younger than you to provide
Yes.
for. Yes?
yes,
She's homeschooling G as well, correct?
yes,
Okay, so you had two kids at home being homeschooled,
yes,
correct? She has her own issues, correct?
I don't know.
In terms of not being able to sleep, that sort of thing? Insomnia, did you know about that?
No,
She didn't share that with you?
no.
There
I
was a
know
lot.
She was, she's hypoglycemic.
Okay, all right. All right. So there's a lot going on with her at this point in her life, isn't there?
Yes,
And you're not just babysitting, she's relying upon you to watch the kids, is that correct? When she's at work, you watch the kids, when you're at work, she watches the kid, correct?
I suppose you could think of it like that.
Even with the video monitor, she depends upon you to watch the two younger ones, correct?
Yes,
And in that circumstance, she would come to rely on, not everything can be seen on a camera, correct?
yes,
So she would rely on information that you provide for her in addition to whatever she can see on the camera, is that correct?
yes,
And she would be also at work, right?
yes,
Working for a judge, right?
yes,
So presumably kind of busy, right?
yes.
Assume? Okay. She ever bring work home? That you
Not
know of?
Not that I remember of, no.
Okay.
She'd tell me some of what went on in court at times.
Okay. And there were pets?
Yes,
Okay. These are big dogs, right?
yes.
What type of dogs were they?
When all, by the time, when, how do I put this? When all of this, by the time all of this transpired, we only had Sharma and Piper, but Piper was living with my step-grandparents.
Yeah, but these are, what are they, Great Danes or Greyhounds?
Great Dane and Sharma, or Piper was in Newfoundland.
Okay. All right. Okay. We saw, oh, I'll strike that, that's not relevant. Okay. Let's go back to the interview with Detective Piesky, if we would. Do you remember telling Detective Piesky we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional?
Somewhat,
You remember that?
yes.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
That's true, isn't it? It wasn't intentional, was it?
Not on my part.
No. No. You're putting this young man in the shower, right? Correct?
Yes.
And you gave him 3 showers, right? That you can remember? 3 baths?
Yes,
Okay. So you know what his body looked like at that time, correct?
yes,
And this happened, well, the one was what, 3 weeks before he passed away? The one in June with that picture that you took where he was standing there and you took a picture of him with his shirt off and then pulled up his pant legs? That happened about, what, a month before he died?
Give or take.
Okay. And you told Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You told Detective Pieskey that she, meaning your mother, didn't want this. We loved him so much. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You mentioned one time he refused to eat.
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you say it though?
Yes.
Okay. So you lied. Detective Pieskey, do you remember the point in that interview? It was about, 3/4 through. And Detective Pieskey starts to explain to you, this isn't love. Do you remember him saying, this isn't love, this is,
I remember.
yeah,
Yes.
used words like disgusting and, okay, that sort of thing? Remember that?
Yes.
Why does he have to tell you that? Did you not know that?
He shouldn't have had to.
No, he shouldn't have had to. But before he died, when your brother passed away, did you expect that, or were you surprised?
I was surprised, shocked,
Okay.
horrified.
How about your mom when she was in that room? We have that on video a little bit. Do you remember how she responded to that?
Let's see, trying to cover it up.
Do you remember her crying?
Crying? No.
If it's on the video, would that be accurate though? If there's video of her crying, would you deny that's what she's doing?
No.
But you just didn't see it, right? Do you remember how frantic she was? She called you down there to come quick. She was frantic at the time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You told the Detective Pieskey that your brother Tim would force himself to throw up. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Pieskey, if I could take his place right now, if I could give him his life back, I'd do it. I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat. Do you remember saying that?
I stand by it.
Yes, sir. You never intended your brother to die, did you?
No.
And you came to the conclusion that your mother intended it after, right? Not while he was alive.
Yes.
You thought your mother was a good mom, didn't you? You told Detective Pieskey that, didn't you?
Yes. As
And
well
you-
as the fact that I haven't got it diagnosed and I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. Do the
But
best
it's
you
I'd say it's something similar to Stockholm Syndrome.
can. Okay.
I have a desire to find a role model that, due to my own low self-esteem, I would do anything to make proud of me.
Okay.
And that's not an excuse, I know, but I feel like I'm glad that I was at least able to realize it so I can correct it.
While he was alive, in one of the texts, your mother asked you, should we be worried? Should we be worried about him? Is he okay? And you say no. Do you remember that?
No,
That he's okay?
no, I
In the
don't.
text it says. The text were to say so, do you have any problem with, you've seen the text, you helped write them, correct?
Yes,
So if it's in the text, and we saw in the text, as far as you know, nothing's been changed in those texts, correct?
yes,
So if we can point out in the text where you say that, you're not disagreeing with that, correct?
no,
Do you remember the time when you asked her, we should be feeding him, he's too thin? And she says, give him a little something, and then you just keep going on after that, back to the old routine? You remember that? You
if
remember
it's in
after
the text, it's likely true.
you sent him that text with his shirt off and his pants leg pulled up. And you say, Mom, we need to feed this guy, something to that effect, right?
Yes,
And she says, okay, give him something. She gives, I forget what it was.
bread,
Okay,
just bread.
okay. And then after that, did anything change?
No,
Okay.
because I was too afraid to put my foot down.
You're too afraid? A minute ago, you just want her to be followed.
There's
Now you're
various
afraid?
reasons, and I'm not trying to excuse my own actions.
Well, yes, you are. I disagree. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes,
What happens when you have your cell phone and you press 911?
you're connected to the
There you
cops.
go. Did you know that when you were 19?
Yes,
Did you know what Child Protective Services were when you're 19?
more or less.
The one thing, when we just listened to almost an hour and a half of tapes, of transcripts from your text messages, you did say no to her when she asked you to put hot sauce on his penis.
Yes,
But you didn't, okay. You weren't scared? You weren't scared to refuse her?
not at that point.
And I don't recall, I sat here and I listened, I don't recall any other point where you told her no to anything she asked you to do. Do you remember any other point where you text, where we can show it in the text, where I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that, Mom?
No,
From the standing in the corner, to the hands on the head, to the hot sauce, to the shackles. Did you put, was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, the chain, leg shackle. Were you familiar with those?
a little bit,
Did you put those on him?
when I was directed to.
When you were directed to? How many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles, much less putting them on him? Would you be surprised by that?
Very.
Do you remember, let's see. Did you remember saying, oh, wait a minute. Do you remember telling the detective that you were concerned?
Yes,
Okay. Is there, as you sit there right now, do you love Timothy?
I suppose I didn't love him enough.
No, that's
It's
not
why
true.
I'm trying to bring justice for him.
Just a moment, I don't know.
But can I say that I loved him during the time
You loved
before
him?
his death?
Yes. Did you love him before his death?
With all the ways I acted, I cannot.
Okay. Let
Unfortunately.
me ask you this. When did you start feeling this way? While he was alive or after you found out that the way he was being treated killed him?
After?
So while the time he was alive, did you think you were killing him?
No.
You told Detective Peiske that we didn't want this. We loved him so much.
That was what I thought, but it's not true.
Let me ask you this. If you knew Timothy was in trouble, say the house was on fire, hypothetically, would you help him?
Yes?
So is it fair to say that the reason you didn't help him is because you didn't know he was in trouble?
No?
You knew he was in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about then, when you were living through this. You just said you didn't know you were killing him. So did you know you were killing him or not?
No?
So how could you save somebody you didn't know was in trouble?
You can't?
Okay. One moment, please, young man. You mentioned, you think it was 18 minutes, about 18 minutes before you called the police when you found Timothy, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you think it was 18 minutes? Somebody tell you that?
Uh,
I mean, I'm just saying, usually people say, they say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but 18 is kind of specific and kind of exact. What made you think it was 18 minutes?
what I was told.
Okay. All right. That's all we're asking for is the truth. Okay. That's all we're asking you. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Roberts, any redirect?
Mr. Ferguson, let me let you off the hook there with that last question about the 18 minutes. You and I discussed the
Yes.
phone call to 911, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And I'm the one that told you it was 18 minutes, wasn't I?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it was 18 minutes or so before you called 911?
Not at all.
You recalled the time actually taking place, though. You recall it actually happening, correct?
Yes.
And at one point during that, did you before you called, did you say to your mother, "I think we should call 911," or
Yes,
should we
sir,
call
I did.
911? And what was her response?
No.
And Timothy was completely unresponsive at that point, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, eyes wide open,
Glassy.
glassed over. And she said no when you said, "Should we call 911?"
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the interview with Detective Peasky. I don't know if Mr. Johnson in the video that he showed you had dates or times or anything like that. So let's just walk through this step by step. When you were at the house, when the police were there, did Detective Peasky talk to you in one of the bedrooms?
I know that I was talked to by an officer. I don't remember which one, but this report says it's him, that it is.
Okay. You're not denying that you talked to an officer in the house while everything was happening, right? Timothy's still in the house at that point. Police
Yes,
are
sir.
investigating. You talked to an officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did you stick with the hunger strike story, the story that your mother had told you that you were to tell
Yes,
the
sir.
police right before you called 911?
Yes, sir.
And you told the officer that at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that was actually the day that Timothy passed away, correct? That was actually at the house, and Timothy was still in the house, or maybe had just been removed from the house when that happened, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, was that the next day?
I believe it was a few days after.
So within a few days of Timothy dying, you're talking to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't truthful with Detective Peasky, weren't completely truthful with him at that point in time, were you?
No, sir.
What story were you sticking to in terms of what had happened with Timothy and the things that had been done to Timothy?
The hunger strike.
And whose idea was it to come up with the hunger strike story?
Shonda's.
You yourself were not arrested on your charge until about a week after that, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, did then you sit down with detectives and give another statement?
Yes, sir.
And you're not here today trying to convince the jury you were telling the truth when you talked to the first officer or you talked to Detective Peasky that first time, are you?
No, sir.
So, Mr. Johnson talked to you about your testimony about a deal being in place. I don't believe he had you read your testimony over or anything like that. What's your understanding of any agreement you have to testify today?
That what I say cannot be used against me should I take this to trial, should I take my case to trial.
And are you also hoping that you get some consideration if you were to plead guilty for sentencing consideration?
I'm not asking for leniency, only a slight amount of mercy.
But is it your understanding that I've agreed, that this office has agreed, that we'll tell the judge that you've cooperated, and that your hope is that you receive a sentencing benefit for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Has anything else been promised to you?
No, sir.
And Mr. Johnson didn't read you another deal where he talked about there's an agreement that you're not going to be charged with murder, is there?
No,
To your knowledge, could you still be charged with murder?
very much so.
And nobody from the prosecutor's office or your attorney has told you there's an agreement in place that you can testify to under oath that says you're not going to be charged with murder.
appears not.
So when you're demonstrating to Detective Peasky about the ice that's being put into the water, I'm assuming this starts with cold water in the tub to begin with. Is that fair to say?
As cold as it can get. We didn't have hot and cold. It was a single knob that turned, and it would get hotter with with how far you turned it.
So it's not like you were putting ice in a lukewarm drink to make it colder. You started with cold water and put ice in on top of that, correct?
Yes.
And could you have been underestimating how much ice you were putting in there if you were demonstrating? I don't know what this means, demonstrating with your hands, but
I could have very well been.
I think he testified that one of the things that initiated punishments for Timothy was that he would sneak food. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's a few text messages about him sneaking chips. The one about the eating the hamburger crust, and her response to that is, "Go make him throw up." You recall that, correct?
Yes, sir.
If a person's on a hunger strike, the fact that they sneak food shouldn't really matter, should it?
No,
In fact, you're not really on a hunger strike if you're also eating food, correct?
exactly.
Let's talk about the pizza roll incident in the bathtub. Was Timothy in the bathtub, in the cold tub, when you did the thing with the pizza rolls?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you, and there may have been some confusion here because there are a lot of text messages, admittedly. But who was actually watching on the cameras while you were in the tub, while Timothy was in the tub and you were watching him?
Shanda?
And was she directing you what to do, both in text messages and through the camera?
Yes, sir.
And whose idea was it to warm up the pizza roll and hold it in front of him and then pull it away before he tries to eat it?
Shanda's?
If you can see this pretty good, but I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 36, and it's page 5983 from that. Can you see that okay to read that top text message there?
Would you like me to read it?
Yep, go ahead.
Crazy idea. Ask Gabriel if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a set of pizza rolls and take one and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
Now that's her text to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually do that?
Yes, sir.
And she was watching on the camera.
Yes.
And were you worried about what would happen if you didn't do that because she directed you to do it?
Very much so.
It's even more difficult. Can you see the time that is sent down here?
7/5/2022.
So that's the date. Is there a time after that?
2:47.
2:47. So at 2:47, he's been in the tub for some time, and she tells you to do the pizza roll trick, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's fast forward to page 6002, and here's another text. Why don't you go ahead and read that one for the jury?
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
And that's her message to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at 3:45, isn't it?
3:45.
3:40,
Approximately.
approximately
Yes.
3:40. So the first time she tells you to do it is at 2:45, heat up the pizza roll, hold it in front of them and pull it away, and then an hour later, it's okay if you give them 2 frozen pizza rolls.
So long as he does something for them.
Right. And this isn't you saying to her, "Hey, I think we should try this thing with the pizza rolls and see if we get a reaction from it," is it?
No, sir.
Mr. Johnson was asking you about your, and there are a lot of references between the two of you about, oh, this is just an act on his part, he's acting, see how fake it is. You wouldn't disagree that there's a lot of text messages back and forth between you two, is there?
I would not.
It goes without saying, but you are not Timothy's father.
No.
You are not Timothy's mother,
No.
obviously. Have you ever raised a child before?
No.
Why were you so convinced that any of this was an act?
Because she was his mother, and I suppose I believed that mothers know best. If you have the right ones, they do.
Let's talk about your mom again, because Mr. Johnson brought up a number of points which are really quite impressive in all candor. Your mom graduated second in her class from law school, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Your mom passed the bar exam with a score of like 182 out of 200, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was very proud of those accomplishments, wasn't she?
Very much so,
as
as
she
was
should be.
I at the time.
Very high scores, very high intelligence. But she also has some health issues, doesn't she?
Yes, hypoglycemia, allergy-induced asthma, which I forgot to mention, my apologies.
And
But
does
that's
she-
about all I know.
Does she take some? Does she take some medication for that?
She has a eucalyptus inhaler in the car, and the service dog, Sharma, Gemini, were to alert of blood sugar drops.
So you referenced Sharma. There's a lot of text messages about Sharma. That's the Great Dane that was living with you at the time. Is that
Yes,
correct?
the puppy.
And you referenced Gemini. That was the prior service dog that your mother had, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're both Great Danes.
Yes, sir.
Very large dogs.
Yes, very.
Did the dogs ever go without feeding?
No, normally, if their bowl was empty, we'd scoop more from a large container. I don't exactly know how to describe it.
Was that in the kitchen?
Yes,
And the dogs got food whenever they wanted food, didn't they?
yes.
Sharma, Gemini, what was the other one? Piper?
Piper, yes.
Right. But Piper was actually living at your grandma and grandma and grandpa's house at the time Timothy passed away, correct?
Yes.
But the dogs never went without food.
No.
Now, your mom needed service dogs to take care of her health issues, correct?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
was it your understanding that your mom had these service animals because of the health issues that she
yes.
had? And did she tell you she had these service animals for this health issues that she had?
Yes, sir.
She never said to you, I don't know why these 200-pound Great Danes are following me around all the time, did she?
No.
She understood. She demonstrated to you that she understood a need for some medical treatment for the conditions that she had, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson was asking you whether or not you intended, and then he used those words directly, to neglect. He used those two words specifically, that you intended to neglect your brother Timothy. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And I think that was tied back in again to the interview with one of the interviews, or maybe the interview with Detective Peasky, where you said it wasn't your intention to neglect Timothy, correct?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a plan in place between your mother and you to say, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's neglect Timothy, was there? You guys didn't
No,
sit
sir.
down and discuss that ahead of time, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't plan it out and say, what we really need to do is neglect him so something happens to him,
No, sir.
was there?
No.
But that's what happened to him, right?
Yes, sir. Well, it wasn't meant to happen. It is what happened. That much can't be denied.
In your mind, you would have not wanted, you didn't want Timothy to die.
No.
That's the simplest way.
Not at all.
You did not want Timothy to die. And did you believe that what your mother had told you about, this is all an act and this is all faking?
Yes, sir.
And you hadn't had any training, hadn't tried to raise a child, hadn't been responsible for a child's medical care, any of those things, did you?
Not at all.
Those were left to the woman who graduated second in her class in law school and passed the bar at 182 and understood her need for service animals for her medical issues. That was her responsibility, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, and I trusted her judgment.
But at one point you were so concerned so as to send a picture of your brother because of his condition to her, right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, her response was given bread and then maybe some peanut butter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no reason to believe that she didn't see that photograph, did you?
No.
And you, looking at Timothy at that moment in time, thought, he is too thin.
Yes, sir.
We have got to feed him something, Mom. What do you think? And her response is, give him some bread and then give him some bread with peanut butter. Right?
Yes, sir.
From that moment forward, did you continue with the hot sauce punishments on the bread, though, for him?
Yes, sir.
At whose direction?
Yes.
Whose direction?
Oh, Shonda's. My apologies.
That's okay. Nothing further.
Mr. Johnson?
First, you testified that you're the one who called the 911 dispatch, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They've made a tape of that, and I'm gonna check it tonight, but I thought I heard a woman's voice calling for 911. How sure are you that you're the one who made the call?
honestly only about 80%.
Okay,
I can't say for certain. Shock, panic,
right,
it's hard.
okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Roberts, any follow-up?
No.
All right, Mr. Weaver, can you check we have jury questions? Just one. All right, Mr. Ferguson, this is kind of a compound question, so I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have any special needs?
I am diagnosed as ADHD, reactive attachment disorder, and sensory processing disorder, as well as I was taking medication for anxiety and depression.
Okay. Similar vein, it might be the same exact answer. Do you have any learning disabilities?
I'm not sure if any of those count as learning disabilities, but I
don't want to cut you off, go ahead.
I suppose reactive attachment disorder can make certain things hard.
Okay. And, well, let me follow up with that. This is not the jury question, but has anyone told you, well, strike that. Never mind. Do you have autism? This is the other question. Do you have autism to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been diagnosed with.
And do you have any other emotional issues that you're aware of?
Anger issues. I never have been good at controlling my anger. Never was truly taught well.
Okay. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Ferguson, there's a door in your house with a dent in it. Is that one of your anger outbursts that you're talking about?
Timothy was in the closet at that point during the night, per Shanda's request, and he had one of the vibration detectors strapped to his belt.